Hello everyone. Today we're gonna finish leveling. We have the build, level 90, I fixed my flasks. Got some all res, some max res. Now we just need to level this guy. I'm gonna be trying to swap from Harbinger to Breach leveling. And we beyond, which is good for XP. Breach. So I need a few more points. Alright. This should work. Alright, we're good to go. So we need to find the evolution shrine and then just run the breaches. Is this evolution shrine? I don't see it. No, it's not. Okay. Hey, Kesuke. How are you doing, buddy? How's it going? Where's my evolution shrine? Wait, is this? No, this is resistance. They picked up the wrong. I guess I did. Well, let's finish the map then. Oh, you're back to trade? You should fracture gloves, I think. Gloves look pretty good. Boots looked also pretty good to fracture. And wands. That's fair. Welcome to zero visual clarity. That's where the fun lies. Sheriff covers the follow. Thank you, buddy. The PoE I have has a Nemesis section. So if you have my PoE, you can go to Nemesis variant, and there you have the Nemesis setup that I recommend. So basically, you want to make currency while you basically do not play. I mean, I always do small adjustments, always small things. You can also always check PoE Ninja with the watchback function. So now my character isn't geared anymore, but if you look at week 2 PoE Ninja, you can see that my character is there and how he's geared. So if you look at this, you have everything. Or if you don't like this variant, you can use builds, light a snapshot, week 2, cyclone underscore, and you have the Nemesis non-KB variant. That's how you get to those. Spell damage on wands and cold on gloves. Is this the evolution shrine? No. Yeah, fortunate. So this is the evolution shrine, okay. So the shrine turned off. So I grab this. Activate breach 1, activate breach 2. The version I play right now is roughly at 2000 divines. Currently, if you would make the what I have. And I'm not done with my changes. I'm changing even more. At this point, I'm no longer at a reasonable budget, but I'm having a blast. So I'm just pushing through. Normally I end my budget around 100 divines on build, but this league I've just been pushing like crazy. It's fun in its own way. I think the reasonable approach to what I should have done is look for a budget build to do these strategies. But what's the fun in that? More fun to see how much I can push a build at this point. I wonder if I should do this on 16.5 maps for even more pack size. This is already pretty good XP.
Go on, you end of the line.
Preferably I want to push this character to level 100 today. Just to have that out of the way. Hey Jen, I'm using Fabgun's filter at the moment. I have not been on top of filters this league. And with the focus that I'm having on pushing the character, I just do not have the time to also keep filters on my head. I will be back working on filters next league. But for this league I recommend sticking to Snoo-Base or Fabgun for soft core trade filters. Let's activate the second one. I think it's Runic. You can check with Craft of Exile or PoE DB, I'm not sure which one it was. You can also make a magic wand in PoB, and if you have the correct mod selected, it does say the name on it. Yeah, but Jen, I will not make a filter this league. So if you want to filter this league, you can't wait for me. Just too much that I've been busy with. But next league I will have proper filters again. The one thing that I learned this league is because I'm pushing to a limit I have previously not played at. In terms of efficiency, in terms of investment, in terms of level of gameplay, in the sense of I'm pushing way more expensive builds and way harder content than I usually do. And I needed to first understand what a filter on this stage is supposed to have before I can make a filter on this stage as myself. Like in terms of what you want to see, what level of loot are you gonna be ignoring at this stage. That's why I've been mostly using their filters this league instead of my own. Yo, a heat shiver. Yeah. No. I will make a filter next league. For next league, I will update my filters again. But not this league. This league, I'm focusing on a lot of improvement in learning, and next league will be... You're gonna see an amazing league start from me, with a lot of improvements, good filters and everything. I'm surprised I didn't go to level up in this map. It's not the shrine I'm looking for. Then this is. Oh, this is also a defense shrine. Oh, this is the shrine, okay. Activate one breach, activate a second breach. Hey, appreciate the follow. I apologize, I do not know how to pronounce your name. It is only shown in... Again, I apologize because I'm likely wrong, but I think it's Japanese characters, but it could also be Chinese ones. I think I recognize the first character, but I'm not guaranteeing it, and I don't want to be rude. You want to swap to CI after you have the instack weapon, because otherwise you don't really gain the benefit from using the open suffixes and the changed in prefixes from the CI swap. So I did a pretty big jump. I only went CI after I had my mirror weapon, which felt pretty good. Before that, I don't think instack is better than flat damage. But if you don't want to go for mirror tier and you really want to force CI and you want to force instacker, then you can make an awakener or instack weapon and use that instead. I just tried to press my tinctures. It's so ingrained in me, this league, to press tinctures. Nice. That's quick.
Approach.
Morning, MD. How are you doing, buddy? You farm the vines, you delete the vines. How did you delete them again? You're not supposed to delete the vines. You're supposed to use them to make more currency or upgrade your character. I think it's about 6 minutes. Maybe 7. MD. Fair, fair. Is this my evolution shrine? No, this is a shield shrine. Welcome to Zero Visual Clarity. This is how we want to play. I don't think I'm making much profit this day, but I'm gonna get all the XP I want. I mean, you also need to survive the maps, otherwise the speed is not worth it. Being on a Trickster, I mean, my ES is moving, my build is just more tanky. But I haven't run the juiced up map yet. I'm still leveling, right? So, I'm doing casual maps, and for casual maps, this is absolute, utter overkill. Like, in all level of seriousness, this is just overkilling everything at this point in normal map. I mean, right now I have up to almost 20k ES. I will have later. But I don't have... I have almost 1.5k ES. I have serious damage on this build. My KB tooltip is 1.5 million buff. And by buffed I mean frenzy charges. I usually level during the content that I run, but I don't see any build surviving risk maps effective enough to level 100 while doing it. So I'm gonna power level today. Maybe get some upgrades later. There's a few items that I need change. And then it's back to currency farming. The entire weekend I need to hard blast. We need roughly 2 to 3 mirrors for what I plan to craft. Assuming I get average and unlucky. It's gonna be burning currency. It's gonna be burning so much currency. But when the item is done, it's gonna be insane. It's gonna be the biggest craft I've ever made. Yeah, for sure. I'm for sure able to make an insane amount of currency with Abyss Risk. It's still shitting out 25 to 30 diff an hour, depending on the speed you run it. And now with this build, I should be able to run them faster because I will die less.
Approach, challenger.
So far, what has kept my time up were the deaths. Yes, you bulk sell them over a currency exchange. That's the best way to get rid of them. And getting still most of your value. It takes some time, but that's why you do it only when you have accumulated a massive amount of bulk. Where's my second evolution shrine? There it is. Yo, I got head under buff. Oh, it's cold rest. Dang, if this would have had lightning rest on top of the cold rest, that would have been a pretty good one.
We live in his light.
I think I need to stop caring about the small loot and just zoom through. Only pick up the bigger stuff. Don't die again, MD. Yo. Kiske on a roll. And this, ladies and gentlemen, shows why Hideout Warring is broken. He started with 10 death and is already gonna be on like 80 now.
Approach, challenge.
I just pressed my flask scan. Trying to activate my tinctures. $90 diff. How much time? 20 minutes? 30 minutes? To get there? 30. To go from 10 to 90. Yeah, it truly is. I would really be curious what my actual DPS is. At some point I need to try Ubers on this build. That's gonna tell me how good it is. I rolled for as much currency and scarabs as possible. Took anything that was 190 combined or 200 plus pure. Yeah. If you can't use risk scarabs, what are you doing? Cool, we're already level 94. We're getting so much XP here, that's awesome. Uh, 1k chaos to roll 50 maps. Exactly, Jimmy. I tried to do that name. I managed all road to trick, but it wasn't good enough. Also, I managed to stack the name Cyclone, so I rather took that. I've been trying to get that name for 3 years. I can share it in a moment. The issue is that T70 rolling is so shit, even with regex you still need to do manual check. Hey, I was just trying to get my evolution shrine, why you close? That's pretty rude. When you just see all the corpses on the ground. Yo, we got a puzzle box. Well, let me show you what I do with my T17s. So I go to the map tab, and I have this regex, and this one avoids volatiles and less defenses, which is optional, but it's a huge pain in the ass, these mods. They're just such a pain in the ass. It's not that I can run them, they just absolutely suck. And then we have the second part that looks for good quantity and good currency and scarabs. So you take maps that have 190 plus, 100, I think 80 plus currency. You take maps with 100 plus scarabs in any amount of currency, or you take maps with 200 scarabs. Even if a map highlights, it doesn't automatically mean it's good. You still need to manually check and see if it fulfills the condition. 100 plus scarabs and currency, 180 plus currency, or 200 plus scarab. Otherwise, I will not run the map. I don't like T17 rolling, but it's the best we have, the best way to get there efficiently. Let's see, I have this part. Don't have the caster mastery yet again. I have that part. I need this. Oh, we can finish the Nico thingies. That's one evolution shrine. That's the other, okay.
You sure you want to do this?
Yo, Wilmas. Right now I'm using the exact same gear on the one, except I'm on a mage blood. And I guess I changed the jewels up a bit. I do not recommend going Trickster until you have the mage blood, the simplex, and the mirror wand. The PoB said that until then, Trickster is not worth it. Because you lack the damage. Nice, nice. How's the build so far feeling? M-Code. Yeah, so once we have those simplex, the mirror wand, and just crazy clusters and everything, we have solved damage. Because we have solved damage, we can now try to finally fix our survivability without needing to just kill fast. Which, that is what we go for the Trickster for. Now what I should be doing? I should be leveling gems. Yo, lock! I haven't seen a lock yet. Congratulations. I should be leveling gems. What am I leveling? Energy shield, enlighten, damage and full life. let's get...
Ahoy there. Could do work. Happy hunting.
Level enhancers, why not? Easy. Oh. Level 6, quality 23, Awaken Elemental. Nice, nice. I have not been getting anything good out of Void. But, I mean, they can literally give everything, so they can be the best hit or the worst. Every time. Right, Evolution Shrine picked up. Breach. Another breach. On the shrine.
Think your God's watching, and you're a great... Make your choice. Let fear be your God, for reckoning is at hand. Take it.
30 more seconds. Oh, more fortunates for me. So, good morning, Big Nick. Yeah, sure. You use one for the amulet, you use one for the weapon, and you use the rest of the currency to make the rest of the gear. I mean, you don't need the amulet for the int stack, so you use one on the weapon, and then you have two divines, two mirrors roughly left for making the rest of the gear work. You don't need a mage spell, you can use the headhunter, you can be on a 1, you solve the damage. The rares are not that expensive. You can make those easily for just 1 mirror total. I mean, I'm talking about absolute absurd extremes that I'm not used to. I have no idea how much I spend on this build. I'm pretty sure I spent roughly 2k divines at this point. I don't feel nearly enough. I need to make new gloves, new boots, new helmet, new body. I need to make a better simplex and a shield. I need to make another cluster. I need to improve the clusters I already have to perfect tier. I feel like I'm gonna spend at least another 4 mirrors on this build. I mirrored the Echo Mirror Shop Soul Needle.
Time is precious. By all means, throw your life away.
Yo, I have to head under card. I had to head under card. I'm thinking of swapping this card to be on end of the effect, so that I can look what card I get, and if it's a bad card I can forcibly skip it early, otherwise I just let it stack up again until it's full. So I can manipulate better to get a good card. What are we looking at? How does that convince? That's just a mess. I know exactly what's going on, but this is a mess. Nice. Congratulations, MD. Now you can blast even faster. So we already reached level 95. With 7 hours 54 minutes played. And a little bit of that is AFK time. I feel like played should use 2 times. Total played and played not in hideout or town. If you need 5 hours just to click a currency item once, I don't know. Hey, puzzle box. So Mats, there is only one way to make this item efficiently. And that is using a more convoluted way of crafting. I don't know if you watch Game of Our Life, but there's recently been a clip of Captain Lance actually having hit this specific amulet. And what you do is you have a blue simplex amulet that is Shaper influenced and has, what was it, percentage attributes. This is your receiver base. You then need to make every feasible constellation that is percentage increase attributes, percentage increase intelligence on a Crusader amulet that has another Crusader mod on it. If you then lock the simplex amulet and you check with the Awaken Orb, every mutation, every combination of two other Crusader mods has a different outcome. So now you can fish for one outcome that does result in the mirroring. And from there, not result in mirroring, results in the getting those two together with the prefix. In all honesty, very early into a league, that is actually a valuable craft that can make you a good amount of margin gain compared to just buying it. But at this point, people have picked up on it. You barely have any margin there anymore, just buy the finished product. It takes 80 attempts, and I think each attempt is 2 divine cost. So you spend about 350 divines on base and crafting in a rough manner. You have to. I mean, you can't force it. But I make a build that is able to just run all mods. There is no combination I cannot do. There are combinations that are a pain in the ass, but I can do them all. The trick is to just make a build that can run the mods. It should not be. It's the same for me. But if you have... I mean, to be fair, I don't know now. But you have life on hit. Normally you have enough hits that life on hit can carry you through these maps. Ah, okay. That's fair enough. I actually don't know how I would do now on those maps because I now have only Leech. But I have recovery on kill. That should be fine. Yeah, I get what you mean. Well, Skid, in that lies the answer. You should just go Kinetic Blast.
You stain the ground. Power divine.
Exactly. Tornado shot. The savior of bow builds. Evolution Shrine. Each one. Each two. Alright. It's another map done. Those maps go incredibly quick. A lot more fun than just sitting AFK in a 5-way. Let me try this. So if I have it here. Nice. Good luck on the fracture case, okay? So now I need to manually use it, but I have more control over what I get. If I use it now, I have Grace, which is movement speed. I'm happy with that. Oh, I need an evolution shrine. Game, gimme. Perfect. I forgot that the flask lasts 6 seconds. So unless I always use manually, okay, I didn't really gain much. I gained slightly more control. Not by a whole lot. No, never mind. We used the other one. Now I had to restart it. Hey Betsy, how are you doing? Nice. Happy with what you worked? Happy with what you made, rather? The proper wording.
Choose to fight, if you dare. This will be easier if you hold.
Nice.
It's not often I lose. I suppose that means it's yours.
I'm already level 95. I'm leveling like crazy here. Oh god. That's just the worst. Evolution Shrine. And we start the first breach. So just to keep yourself distracted. Nothing better to do. No game to play. Seconds left. Let's start another one. Overlap them. But no, Aegis. I should really swap to the map device that counts kills. I'm curious how many enemies I kill here. About 14. I don't think that's quite accurate, Betsy. About 14 plus minus 5,000. It's decent. There are some that are miss. I'm trying to figure out what best. I don't think it's a needed. But it's a funny toy. And I don't think I need +2 projectiles at this build at this point. So I don't really have an alternative. I don't need a crit chance, I don't need bottle face. I don't need I don't need a +2 projectiles. It can't be a magic flask. I don't need a mana or life flask. I can't use Progenitus because I'm CI. I don't really have another option. It's the best unique flask I have access to. Nice! Yo, you're rich already again. Yeah, but as I said, Dying Sun, I don't need a projectile. What do I get from a Cinder Swallow? Yes on recovery? Really care about that. If the wine would stack, it would be so insane. I'm sad that they didn't make it stack. At least make it like 5. That you can have 5 at once. Nice, Keisuke. You're almost rich again. Your body still hasn't sold, by the way. I still have it. Might need to lower it further.
My gems and I'll make sure work for you.
Nice. Yes. I get a new buff every time it gets filled. Replacing the old one completely. There's no way to properly control it in an efficient manner that isn't tedious. I mean, there are a lot of decent buffs. Like, Conduit is just 300 flat damage. This is a break because unreserved life is 1. I don't gain anything. There are a couple of ones that don't do anything. Like giving life regen or something. But then you have a chance to get Headhunter. And I don't have Inspired Learning, so Headhunter is just great. What does Cinder Swallow do again? Cinder Swallow could be interesting. It's an Onslaught base. We would get Recover 3 ES on enemy kill. We are not consuming corpses. We have no fire damage. We would need to create fire damage, so we have the take increased damage. And we could theoretically gain rarity on it. That would replace the wine rarity. We don't care about this, 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 yeah. I'll be right back, real quick. I mean, both give 30 rarity. Wine gives a random buff, this one gives... If we have fire damage somewhere, 10% increased damage taken, and 3 ES on kill. Nah, I don't see it. We have Polymath. But we would get Onslaught, which is interesting. At Evolution Shrine 1. Oh, dang it. That's Evolution Shrine 2. Okay, we have located them.
What'll it be then? Time to bag me a tail. Fast and cold, innit? Lose the paper.
Let's choose up.
Approach. Challenge.
Alright, yo, why did this one close already? My XP. Almost though. Next one you get Kesuke. Next one is gonna be good. And we go again. For the off chance I get a good E-Tile, I want to have the boss already killed. Ouch. -6 attempts or -6 div? That still hurts. I mean, average is 1 in 4. Need to keep in mind that averages exist. Yeah, I know that it's a shit feeling to miss a fracture. I missed my fair share of fractures this league. Yo, a divine. Was not expecting to get a diff drop today. But I guess if you kill so many enemies, it's bound to happen.
Approach.
You're not Trickster, are you? I'd hate to have been on. What'll it be then? Time to back this hill. Yeah, fucking code, innit?
Fair enough. Next one you hit 3 in a row. 3 hits in a row next. I mean, I have so many GCPs. What are GCPs worth? Is it worth using them or is it worth selling them? I should sell them. Gloves you can at least recoup by just recombing again. You can keep your gloves running. Maybe some of these jumps I should get to 21. So, here's what you need to keep in mind. You not only need one suffix in both, it needs to be a tier that can naturally roll on the item base, so on gloves, for example, it needs to be strength that can roll. It can't be too high. It can't be of the essence. It needs to be gorillas or monkeys or whatever it is. Dang, I used my Evo Shrine too early. My second one. That is bad. Now I need to rush. And it has to be the only two suffixes. Man, grasping rights is annoying. So we went from 90 to 96 in 20 maps. Map taking us like 2 minutes. 3 maybe. What did I even click on? I have no idea what this one had. We reached level 96. I still need to fix the clusters at some point. Oh, wow. That might also be worth something, no? Well, I could have sworn I had an evolution shrine on me. Where did that one go? Nice. What goes Fractured Spell Suppression go for?
You're either a client or a target.
Yes, not bad. Still good gains. Alright, have a good night, buddy. Better luck tomorrow. Get out above. Yeah, it was a bit confused because I thought you were from Norwegian. But you said you're going to bed, so I assumed, well, what do I know? Maybe you actually are. Maybe it's night and you need to sleep. You are traveling. Alright, take care, buddy. I feel like there is... Sometimes traveling is fine. Like once a year for something like ExileCon or meeting up a buddy that you've known for years online or something. I want to have one big trip, or well, one or 2 week trip once a year, and outside of that, just let me stay at home, let me game.
You stand at the crossroads. Choose one. Prove your worth. Take it then. I have no...
Where in Germany do you go? I think Germany is actually quite different depending on where you go. But I can imagine that's every country has its, I guess, subcultures is the term. Hey Isaac, we are leveling the Trickster. We are already level 96. I don't know if I'm gonna push 100 today or if I'm gonna stop a bit earlier. Berlin. It's a nice place. Though it's not a good place for... we went once to Berlin and our... I don't think it was a hotel, but it was something like a hostel. Or basically a small building refurnished as a couple rooms hotel. But it was an old store, so we were literally next to the walking area on the street, and in the entire night you could hear everything outside. Going to Germany just to watch League of Legends, that is peak nerd behavior. I approve. Yeah. I had a lot of fun when I went to Auckland. When I went to New Zealand, we had 2 weeks. 1 week, 2 weeks before ExaCon was, and the day after ExaCon I went back home. But basically it was 2 weeks of day trips, meeting up fellow PoE players, having a blast. I definitely want to do that again if we get another ExaCon. Yo, what is going on today with pings? You're not even running 16.5 maps. Oh, I always consider what you meant with München. München. Actually, I have a couple reliquary keys. Maybe I just opened this time. Maybe I just open. Yes. So, whenever I look to upgrade, I look into what can I upgrade and what gives me how much power. Also, what is increasing in value and what is decreasing in value. Making decent rare items with some fracture based stuff is increasing slightly in value, but there's like the Simplex amulet, it is increasing heavily in value. So that's why I went for that as fast as possible. The first mirror item, the Simplex amulet. Now I'm gonna craft the next most costing item, that I think is gonna increase in value. And from there I'm gonna craft my rares one after the next. Until eventually I have best in slots. Alright, take care, buddy. Get some rest. Why you need stashes? Don't have enough storage space? I have too many stashes. At some point I bought a little bit too many. Now I'm only buying guild stashes. Setting up a guild so that if at some point people actually want to join my guild, they can. And it's not just for my group play use. Yo, 180 divines today. That's a big success, buddy. Congratulations. If you don't have a mirror weapon, the mirror weapon is the first big upgrade I want. After that, get the proper CI gear, and then farm up a simplex. I think that is the order. I was really happy with taking this order. It felt pretty good. So I can recommend it.
Make a call. Brace yourself. From the pit. Take your treatment.
Big explosion chains. Very satisfying. No difference from before?
Approach.
So, not that much of a difference then. This is the same build but on a Trickster. We have solved damage with upgrades, so it was time to swap to a Trickster because it's the best build for survivability. I have no idea. I don't even know what brand you took, Betsy. You can put the blame on me, just because it's German. That's not how this works. This is streamer discrimination. Yup, Mr. Raid! Yo, buddy, how you doing? Thank you so much. How was the stream? Welcome, Raiders. Leveling a Trickster. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, I finally gotten the last upgrades I needed to have all the damage solved on this build. So I swapped off the one, and I leveled a Trickster. We are now already level 96. With a plate of 8 hours 54 minutes. It is an insane pace how this thing levels. Yeah. What a unique collection. Nice! What tricks are you making? You also going in stacking? Yo. Another puzzle box. Ah, Smite Trickster. I saw those used by Zushi. That looked pretty interesting as well. And pretty tanky. I wanted to push Kinetic Blast. I started Kinetic Blast 1, and at this point I'm just seeing how far I can push this build. Normally I stop at like 100 Divines invested in the build, maybe 500 tops. If I play a lot like in Affliction, I got a Mirror Bow, but other than that, I usually don't invest a lot into builds. So this league, I did a complete 180 and went all in on a build. I'm basically on my second build. I just said I swapped Ascendancies. And as a bonus, I finally got the perfect name. Undisputed best name in the game. At least for me. Attempted to get this name for 3 years. Yeah, it's my... So, it's the following reel. Every road leads to Trickster for T17 mapping. It is just the best way to map through T17 maps. It's the most powerful build to mitigate T17 downsides. So everybody transitions into Trickster sooner or later. I'm the same at this point. It can mitigate the downsides the best. And then it's just a question of how do you want to do it. Do you want to be energy blade? Do you want to be a thermal edge? Do you want to be instack? Do you want to use smite? Do you want to use KB? You just choose your topping basically. This there was something. Or maybe it was a good corrupt. So, if I would be using a Headhunter, I'm on a 1. If I have a Mage Blood, and a Simplex, and a Mirror Weapon, I'm on a Trickster. Because then I have all the damage I need, and I just need survivability, which Trickster provides better. That is also the reason why I swapped to Trickster. I actually also my first time I made a proper Trickster. I did an Exsanguinate Trickster as a budget build for a build challenge last league. But this is the first high investment Trickster I'm doing since I started playing the game. I think I made at some point actually a Toxic Rain Trickster, but it also was pretty budget. I think 100 diff went in. If I want survivability, I'm not going Deadeye. If I want Deadeye, I go bows. But that's a different chain of thoughts. Haida, I have about 2k divines at this point invested into the character. Argue. Maybe 1.5, but I'm at a point where it gets really hard to keep track. Because I'm just putting in, I'm just shoving currency into the build. But I also made a couple of good crafts to recoup some of the cost. From items I've sold after I'm done using them. Breach leveling is arguably a little bit too strong. Sadly, we lost the XP breach. Would have made it even more insane. But I'm already close to level 97 again. Just the level my 1 was at. I might just spend the entire day leveling. I have to see when I get bored of this.
Want to test?
Oh, look, a tabular!
Be my guest.
It's a little bit late for that.
Try me, fool. Try not to embarrass yourself with this.
I'm curious how much XP I'm gonna get per map once I'm level 99. That's the evolution shrine. Oh, pick it up. I did not craft a simplex. I looked at the cost to craft it, and it didn't look good enough to craft, so I ended up buying one for 400 and something divines. And then I threw more divines on it, trying to divine it perfect, which did not succeed. So roughly 450 divines for mine with the divine attempts. Which I got incredibly unlucky at. I might revisit the divining at some point. That's gonna be a bit. I want to first make some other items. I will for sure 100% guaranteed before this league ends, I'm gonna miss the amulet. Hoping to hit all double. That's gonna be my last project of this league. Yep. But it's what I said. I'm gonna do this league. I'm gonna go crazy. In several ways.
His power be known.
Isaac, 100%. You always need to... I don't like jumping in at a high budget. If you have 200 divines, I aim at a 100 divine budget build, and then I look at upgrades. Always start with keeping some divines left over after the build is done, then you can look from there to upgrade the most important things first. I feel like it... I don't think it's worth it. In all honesty, I don't think this flask is needed. It's neat to have, and I'm having my fun with it, but I think it's more a fun toy than a requirement. Yep, they get overwritten. You have at most one active. Yeah, but you can stack the buffs. That's the point. It's not meant to stack, so it's not stacking. It's meant to give you one buff, which either is very powerful, like, hey, cool, I got 50 movement speed when I tried to rush the boss. That was really fitting. Or you have, oh wow, what digital projectile, which is really amazing. But sometimes you just get Oh, cool, I get nothing because I'm a CI build and the thing I got is related to life. The flask is not worth... I don't think the flask is worth 80 diff. I think the flask is a good flask for like 20 diff. It's a fun new toy. I'm having my fun with it. But you couldn't use a better... If you're running on a tight budget, there's better flasks. The Cinder Swallow would be better. Dying Sun would be better. Yeah. It's a fun toy. And that's what I'm using it for. Okay, I'm built. Also, it's kind of an investment for me. I bought it at 60. It's now 80? No, it's still at 60. So yeah, never mind. I think it's fun. That's why I'm using it still. I didn't miss the currency I put into it. I missed the Progenesis was worse for me. I actually didn't feel the Progenesis on this build at all. Do you have anything else outside of the Mage Blood for this build? My argument stays. On a Warden on a lower budget, Headhunter is way better. Mage Blood overtakes on a very high budget when we get to the later stages of the build, like here and I'm on a Trickster. Before that, Mage Blood is not offering you enough bonuses that you want to use a Mage Blood over a Headhunter. That's my opinion of it. Yeah, but Andre, I'm always talking build specific. Some builds, this flask might just be the thing that enables them the most. Because they are, like, half the mods are good for it. Maybe. But other builds, it just doesn't. MD. That's one way to say it. Walls don't hit today. Evolution Shrine. You still haven't found one? They don't feel that uncommon.
You stand at a crossroads. Choose wisely. Show no weakness. I require only faith.
Ah, gotcha.
Approach, chum.
Almost to level 97. We are getting closer to level 100.
Hold your tongue and make your choice. And be quick about it. So be it. What? What are you waiting for? Take your trophy and go.
Nice. Small profit is still profit. Hope you're gonna be enjoying the build as much as I do. It has been a blast so far, and I just want to push this build to higher and higher limits at this point. Want to really see how far I can push it, and if it can compete with some of the current best Trickster variants. Yo, another divine. Go at your own pace. Keep in mind that I've been playing at minimum 7 hours a day, where I focus entirely about blasting, which is what my goal during every stream is. I prep in the morning, I liquidate in the evening, upgrade in the evening, and for 7 hours I just blast. I try to run my maps as efficient as possible, as many as possible. So I'm at a point where somebody that plays casually just cannot compete with. And should not try to. Like, I'm spending an unhealthy amount of time on this game at the moment. Uh, that is the armor stacker. Armor stacker is also something I eventually have to do. Maybe I do next. Maybe I go on armor stacker next week. Also something I haven't done yet. Jodox does ring a bell. Why can't I put a channel to the name? Don't know what kind of video he makes. That does not sound like fun.
Is yours to make. Your valor is
I can't do Zemus. I don't enjoy them. Will probably still be good XP. Ah, yes, so it is a name that I just know from Grimro Discord. No, I do lurk the Grimro Discord. No, I knew the name Jodox. I just didn't know from where. Man, I hope Grimro comes back eventually to PoE 1. I miss his videos. Even if it's just casual, hey, look what I made, look at my build, look at my updates, I feel like this is good. It doesn't even have to be high, I just want to see Grimro again. Grimro videos with yo. Why are you so tanky? And there he goes. Alright, we reached level 97. This means we have the most important things again. We have the caster mastery, we have the energy shield mastery, we have the evasion mastery, we have the notes here. Nice. Jewels, I want a light of meaning here. This means I need corrupted blood. This means I need the socket here next. Yeah. We're just gonna push more XP. See if we can reach level 100 in a single day or in 2 days.
Approach, challenger.
My XP rate is slowing down, which was to be expected. It would be absurd if we can get a full 5% bar stage with in a level 99 or level 98. Unveil. Yo, Sacred Orb. 21. Which one? The current one or the previous one? The fractured one with spell damage. Yeah, that one I crafted. I bought a fractured one, I threw essences at it till prefix is done, prefix can be changed, veiled chaos, hope you have a good unveil. After the unveil you craft attack speed or crit chance, whatever the other unveiled. We had 22 sacred orbs now. Surely soon we get a lock or a mirror. I mean, I am insane. If I'm insane at this game, I don't know. And fractured crafting is not hard. It's not complex. It is literally fractured base, essence, prefix can be changed, veiled chaos. Craft the last thing. It's a 3-step process. Yep, we are hoping Remote Tom's back. Just that yo was so addicting. What? That's a bit of an extreme reaction.
Oh.
Yeah, almost every video, but yeah. Oh wait, I don't have the evolution shrine yet. The beam goes on. I hope we're getting still good XP out of these maps. I might stop on 98 and go back to some juice content, see how it feels. All roads lead to Skid. What? This league, it doesn't lead you to... Oh no, I clicked on this. You're missing out on risk. Arguably, you should just try to do some risking, even if it's just single risk scarabs. They are incredibly powerful in terms of loot multiplying.
Well, what's best me? Or spite me? The strong.
Are we right back? Yes, on kill. EM code. We have energy shield on kill. And if you really want to, you can also get discipline and what just I energy shield on hit. So I have ES on hit, mana on hit, energy shield on kill, and I have on the Warden I had life leech, life on hit, and mana on hit. Alright, I'll be right back. Isaac, did you buy the fracture base on a good base though? Or just a mod? That is not the best base. Best base is imbued. Yep, I was.
Right, Denton, I'll make sure work for you.
If you... Yeah, I dropped the mark stuff. Because I didn't need it for the maps. I dropped crit. I just dropped crit nodes because I wasn't investing as much into crit. No worries. If you got any other questions, as always, feel free to ask. I'm no longer running Legacy 16.5. This is just normal 8 mod for XP. This is not a 16.5 map. Depends on how expensive the right base is. I mean, you're on the initial version. You're trying to be on a reasonable budget. You don't want to go too expensive on it. When I farm Abyss, I'm gonna be in T17s again. Rolling T17 Abyss feels a lot better than rolling T16s. That's a lot. I don't think that's worth it. I would just use the for the initial stage, just use the one you have now. Start cheap and upgrade from there. Oh no, that was an evolution shrine. I thought this was a random one. That's a waste of a map. I still have not seen a single lock this league. I feel a little bit disappointed about it. I feel I'm long overdue for a lock. Yeah, but I already seen 20 Sacred Orbs alone this league. Locks aren't that rare. I should have seen 1 or 2 locks at this point, based on numbers. I just have bad luck when it comes to loot.
Did House Hyaxis say? Well, so be it. Fine, just
That's insane. I mean, a dupe is still 1. You got 1 drop. That a dupe was an external influence, like got it from a strong box or with a mod. Oh no, wait, you've seen 2 Sacred Orbs, not 2 locks. Yeah, gotcha. What I like is when I attack with my kinetic blast and the mage plot thingy is just swirling around me. It looks hilarious. What are Vivid Vultures and Vivid Watchers at the moment?
Make a call. End of the line. End. I lost. It's your
I'm surprised that Vultures are still so cheap. What is Spiky Camaro? Sounds like Deep might be the best now. Depending on what Morrigan plus... I would compare Quake Camaro plus Vivid Watcher to Morrigan and White Bristle Matron. And Morrigan? Then I would say Deep might be better than Wild. Because Camaro is a lot more common than Morrigan. So, with Camaro being 120 Chaos, those are gonna be just swarming in, and then you have the Vivid Watchers for the checkpoints, jackpots. And Watchers and Camaros always sell in bulk. Like Morrigan, sometimes you need can only get rid of 1 to 3. I'm gonna get to level 98. It's me that mastery. With that mastery, I can should be fine. Actually, I don't need a power charge here. Is there a better spot? Not really. I don't know what deceptions are going for, but blueprints might be right. Blueprints are going up. I'm very tempted to, once I have the next craft done, take a break from this build, make a speed mapper for like 100 div. And with the speed mapper, I can then farm some insanely quick-paced beasts. Map brushing looks so absurdly profitable if you know what you're doing. Oh, somebody linked the Nemus. It's good. Did you just get that? I sold my Nemus. I sold my Nemus earlier today. Nice, nice. I actually paid premium to not get a shiny one. Cause I know mine got dropped and wasn't lucky. Wasn't getting lucky in a Valdo box or something. Somebody worked hard to get mine. I mean, it might still gotten lucky, but at least they gotten a T0 drop lucky and it didn't gotten. Oh, I gambled a Reliquary Key or a Valdo box for it. Also, I paid premium because it was really well rolled. And it was just on top of that, it wasn't shiny. I think if I want to go really min-max, I might need a Crusader-influenced Mage Blood. Which is also gonna be a massively expensive project. Yep. Eldritch. I have Shield. A Ring I will need to Fracture, so I don't have the option anymore. So I need Amulet, and then I have either Shield or Belt. And Shield I also might go Synthesized. So that leaves me just with the Belt for the Giga budget. But I mean, this would be one of the last upgrades I would do for the build if I do that.
My innocent is broken!
quickly. Brace yourself. Ah, fair, fair. It's yours.
Hey, welcome to lag screen. Yo, Mangosteen, how you doing? Yep, epic gameplay. Top of the line. How are you doing, buddy? Yeah, it happens when there are too many enemies at once on the screen, or you kill too many, or you fire too many projectiles. Don't try Blight on Kinetic Blast, basically. But also on the other hand, it's incredibly hilarious. Playing with literally 0 frames. Join me on Kinetic Blasting, it's a blast. And I'm sticking with that running joke, even considering how low it is for the rest of the league. Blight on Kinetic Blast, your game freezes for a good while. And when the game runs again, you created like 10 after images, because the game just couldn't handle it. They just stand there and do nothing. It's the build of the league for me. There are a couple of builds that are contender for build of the league. We have Kinetic Blast, we have Mana Kinetic Blast, we have Penance Brand, we have Smite or Lightning Strike with Ephemeral Edge or with Energy Blade. We have the Armor Stacker, we have the Forbidden Rite builds. All of those are good enough to be contender build of the league. But I think Trickster brand is the most popular of them all, due to Fab Gun. Trickster KB is not as popular, but still pretty fun. Pretty much. But I have not made an Instacker in a while, and I've never made a Trickster build, so for me it's new and fun. Or made a Trickster Toxic Rain at some point, which was okay. Not great, but okay. And I made a Trickster Exsanguinate last league as a build challenge with 10 Divine budget, which was also okay, but not great. And this build is just beyond expensive at this point. And I'm not done yet, by a mile. I mean, it just means you need to farm your budget on the stacker. I went one kinetic blast at first. It was really great for low budget farming. Really fast, really good coverage. And actually decent single target considering one survivability. And from there I made Headhunter, then I went Risk Blasting, and I farmed up Nemes, and I farmed up the build, I farmed up a mirror. Yeah, Big Daddy. T17s are just insane. But also he's doing Baldo Blasting, which is even more insane.
This is not a challenge, but I welcome it. Do try not to deliberate. Let's keep this civil, shall we? Oh, very well. What was mine?
Dang, I touched a breach. Why did the fire alarm go off? What happened? Oh no. Well, at least nothing bad happened. Yeah. I mean, I'm also panicking when I suddenly hear the fire alarm.
That much I'll admit.
Except when I hear fire alarm in a school building, then I usually just assume it's a drill. I've yet to see a proper fire alarm in a school. That is true. Abyss farming is really good. I'm doing Abyss farming on my attack, but I'm having no issues on it. I just picked up the Caster Mastery. No crit multi needed, Isaac. On your budget level, you don't go for crit multi yet. If you hit it randomly, you take it, but it's not a target. That is true. For normal attack builds, yes. For instacker or for Kinetic Blast, it's fine. Yeah, on Duelist, I think you want to look at Blight. You do Fortify stacking, Smite Slayer or Smite Champion, and you look at Blight farming. You get the prefixes with Essence. So you have triple flat or double flat spell. Either is fine. Whatever you hit first. And then you just do prefixes can be changed veiled. Don't forget prefix can't be changed, else you repeat the process. Yeah, well, what tiers? I saw Runaway having good success with Smite Slayer, I think it was. I feel like I would roll for tier 2 Isaac, not tier 3. But that would be me.
Approach, challenger.
Turn around.
I haven't looked into the build, so I can't say much about the actual tankiness, but I thought it looked fine. What about Champion Kinetic Blast Corrupting Fever? That build's supposed to be pretty tanky. Fuzzy Duck's been playing it this league. I'm sitting at 166. If you have strength issues, the best thing you can do is use a Lethal Pride. And Lethal Pride in this spot gives you a ton of strengths. That should last you until you have something like this with all attributes, intelligence, effect, cluster. You can buy a Veiled Chaos. It's 7 Chaos, Isaac, on Currency Exchange. We're not talking about Veiled Exalted Orb, we're talking about Veiled Chaos Orb. Yeah, okay, but Mangosteen, this Merc is not gonna die. This Merc has 35 recoup, has Defiance with a 21% roll, Chaos, Reflect Immune, and a decent amount of armor. Hey Grumpy, welcome back. No worries. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I think Smite Champ is good. You should just look on PoE Ninja what people are doing. But got everything all sorted out again, and good to blast, Grumpy? Nice. Glad to hear. Yep, it's weekend time, which means mirrors are gonna go up again. Anybody plans to farm a mirror? It is a good day to save some mirror shards. Weekends, mirrors usually go up. This is the third time this... Okay. I have enough about this. This is a really weird playlist. I'm pretty sure the map's done. That is a miss. In this case, you want to do previous can't be changed, veiled chaos again. I have dynamic resolution and culling enabled, and am sitting on Vulcan. I think it's a good idea to do this, but whatever. Strat does not have IC brothers. You're looking for crit chance and or attack speed with attributes. Yo! 888 at least. That's funny enough. If it's only veiled suffix, you gonna craft, you unveiled successfully on a text speed or crit, you craft the other, and then you exalt slam for something random. You don't want to hit something like look, base crit or logo, base app. How did I self-farm the 8-mod maps? By using the Corruption Scarab and getting a crazy amount of maps dropped. I have one T0 so far from Sia. And a couple T1s that weren't really worth anything. Yeah. I mean, I did Blight, so I had Influence packs, I had Risk Scarabs, and then I did put a Blight on my map, and the Blight explosion gave me like one inventory of P16's 8 mod. I don't think Nameless Seers have good odds nowadays to get good items. Sinners, I appreciate the follow. Is this about to just vanish? What is going on? The stream fine? Stream looks fine. It's just a game, I think. What the heck happened with my server there? Trickster's feeling great. I mean, I haven't run Risk Map so far. I'm just leveling. But just been grinding XP. I have not tested harps in T17s. I don't think there's a point. You want harps to be as easy as possible, preferably running white maps even. Harving is all about running it fast and efficiently, and not about getting other stuff. Like, you just buy the map, then you zoom through and get your harps. Nice. On a roll. Wow. Just go sleep, Ken. Don't play. Sleep. Get some rest. And don't on the couch. Go into your bed. I get what you mean, but you need to force yourself. Go in your bed, take a book, read something, get a bit of rest. Make yourself tired, maybe listen to an audio book or a podcast.
Our divine.
But if you're now going to try and play PoE again, your brain is gonna get active, and then you're gonna have even harder time getting rest. I'll be right back. Kesuke, you're about to flood the market. You need to stop and do something else at some point. Gonna destroy your own margins. Influence packs, Blight, boss washing. No crit chance or attack speed. Isaac? Now you fracture helmets. Reservation on lich circlets. Wait, why are you not crafting dot to block dot multis? Make it more likely to get a good roll.
Your skin is wearing.
No, reservation. 10% reduced mana reservation on a lich circlet. Unveils can't hit accuracy, I think, but it can roll dots.
Choice, after all. You're not my finest piece. Start off an idea. Suppose that it's yours.
Bow to hit level 98. I mean, I did start on a budget here. My first Kinetic Blast 1 started on 15 Divines, and I blasted not risk maps, but normal maps on it with absolute ease. And when I had a Headhunter, and I went on my first risk map, those weren't an issue either. You don't have survivability if you go on a budget, but you have enough damage and coverage to do normal map blasting easy, and some simple risk blasting. It's just the best ascendancy for endgame because it has easy access to survivability, which is the only really issue that you need to fix in the endgame. Man, you really have it rough, Isaac. That's a lot of attempts already. Yeah. Feel free to check that out. My original Risk Blaster. Exclamation mark Wander. And once it has a headhunter, it just blasts through normal maps. Oh right, you're on YouTube, sorry, no exclamation mark. But you should be able to find it on my channel very quickly. One. I should likely sell it. That hurts, Isaac. Yeah, Blight is fun. But very, very laggy. Servers don't like Blight on that level. Ouch. Yeah, I understand it. It shouldn't be that low odds. It should be a 1 in, it should be 44, so it's a 1 in 3, between 1 and 3 and 1 and 2. Hey, Enzinus. So if it's your first time glitching maps, you don't need to be worried. Worry about getting through and having your character in a powerful state. Don't worry too much about doing it fast. Generally, just try to full clear the maps for now. There is a more efficient way, but it adds a layer of complexity that you don't need to worry about at the moment. Rather focus on killing the map, dying as least amount of times as possible, and just go at your pace and get upgrades for your character. Use Faustus for gambling, use items you find, use currency, and just try to keep your character on a level where you can do the map more than trying to run through the map quickly. That is something you can worry about once you understand and have no issues keeping your character at power level. Pair stot multi. Any tier. Yeah, exactly, and Zenith. Just as MD said. Take it slow, take it easy. Don't try to rush it. PoE is an amazing game, but you need to get used to the basics so that you can use the advanced things to save time, be more efficient, and blast more. But first you need to get the basics down. Otherwise you're just gonna fall on your face don't know what happened, and it's getting incredibly hard to progress. Yeah, wait, if you have attack speed with attributes, that is what you want. Then you craft crit chance. Likely 1 month before the new league. Nah. I'm busy with endgame.
As you will. I offer no resistance. Death it is then. It seems I misjudged it.
I'm busy making more currency than I ever made. Yes, you craft crit chance, and if you... So, you want to have the prefixes with flat damage or spell damage, crit chance and attack speed, and the third one you can just exalt slam and hope that you get something good. But you can't force it. How about no MD? I have a different goal at the moment, and that goal is making the most expensive instacker. And for that I need a crazy amount of currency, so we need to farm those. Campaign does not make you divines. The Mage Blood is gonna be staying for a while. If I can, I will. But I don't think I'm gonna get 50 mirrors. There's a limit to how much I can farm. I don't think voices is the correct way. I still need the attributes for my jewels. Well, maybe one passive voice and 2 clusters. Also, MD, some of the jewels are staying.
Approach, challenger.
Yeah, but there's a limit to what I can do. Again, this is my first time I'm going for this expensive. I can't go just stupid corruptions. Because they changed the drop rate. For Genesis is now a 0.2% drop rate.
Your reckoning is at hand.
It is now the most rare drop of Maven. They shuffled a bunch of the Uber boss straight drops. No, they swapped it with Grace of the Goddess. I mean, it depends on your perspective and what you can farm in a day, right, MD? If somebody makes 10 div a day, then an 80 div item is pretty expensive. If you make 100 div a day, then it's pretty cheap. That's fair. The reason it's not as expensive compared to its drop rate is that you can also get it from Valdo stuff. And reliquary keys. Yep, I'm leveling the Trickster as we speak, Franco. I don't have a POB quite yet ready. I'm still doing some fine tuning, but there will be one on Monday. You can always check my current character on PoE Ninja, but I just don't have a configured POB yet for the mirror version, or for the Trickster variant. Hey Lucas, I'm about to answer your question, just give me a quick moment. Also now Rory was asking... So, yesterday I swapped the build into a Trickster variant. This Trickster variant has solved its damage with items, so I'm able to go Trickster for survivability. Meaning that I am now on a Trickster. I leveled it yesterday through campaign, and today I leveled it into to level 98 at this point. Might push 100, might not, I have to see. At this point, I'm somewhere between 1.5k to 2k divines into this build. It is by far no longer budget. I have invested a lot into it. I started with a 15 divine build and I just went up. And I did not stop.
Choose quickly. You die here.
Alright, I'm gonna do one more map and see how much XP I get at 98 at this point. Yeah, so something similar to what I have. I feel like Warden is the best on a low budget. Deadeye is an alternative if you don't want tinctures. And Trickster is what you do when you have a high budget. When you no longer need to rely on a headhunter to do risk maps. Is when I got the Mage Blood and I swapped into the Trickster variant.
We carry the sentence.
And now feel like just pushing a high level, get the passive points, get that out of the way, and then go back to risk blasting, farming for my next upgrade. Yeah. Nothing wrong with going Deadeye. I think Deadeye is a solid pick, a solid option for early. Minus lightning rest, yo! Don't think it's worth anything anymore. How'd we take it? I feel like the best Deadeye variant is Seekhyper's Fist conversion with explosions. Optimized for speed, ignoring defenses completely. It's basically a 5-way farmer thrown into maps. I have it here for 4 points. Otherwise, you have it here for 5 points or here for 4 points. The helmet I actually managed to snipe. Somebody had the helmet with prefixes done for 10 div. With the fracture, with the helmet, I just bought it. And I then just finished the suffixes for another couple div. Seekhyper, Russian content creator on Twitch, has a version that is just nuking map, but also it has close to 0 survivability, so it will die as well. It's kill or be killed on an extreme level. I went for the tanky variant, which is why I forced the Trickster and Instack and CI and so on. Yeah, 100%. 200 divines is a lot to make a good build.
Hurry up and decide. Prove yourself. Huh? You're lucky I was.
Not everything needs to be giga budget like I do. Like, things can go cheap. You don't have to make a crazy expensive build. I'm sure there are also 100 divine builds or 200 divine builds that can do risk blasting, like Mamba Strike. Still getting 3%, that's actually a pretty good rate. A Kinetic Blast PoE on that budget will get you going. It will get you into some scuff T17 risk blasting or T16.5 risk blasting. Or some decent normal blasting. You want things like a headhunter, a proper weapon, and just zoom through maps at a good pace. Normally, I also go for extremely cost-efficient builds, investing in most 100 divines. But I realize that that is limiting what I do. I often stop a league early because I feel like I don't want to invest more into my build. So this league, I am forcing myself to do exactly that. I'm forcing myself to make an incredible powerful build with an incredible high investment level. I'm not allowing myself to go cheap this time. I'm not allowing myself to stop early.
Your body is the canvas.
Yeah, I mean, if you, again, what I just told to Franco, you can always go for the fifth variant with explosions on a Deadeye. It's gonna be mirrored here, it's gonna be crazy powerful, but you do not have survivability on that build. It is kill or be killed. I personally don't enjoy it anymore. I league start on this, but when I invest at least a mirror into the build, I want it to be able to survive stuff. So I would not recommend it, but it's the best Deadeye variant. You can alternatively do what I did. You start on a Deadeye and you go Trickster eventually once you have farmed up more budget. Could make Instack variant later on, go CI and everything, just like I did on a one. You can do the same on a Deadeye and end up on the same thing I ended up here now.
Approach.
I eagerly await your now. Remain calm. Stronger than you. Very well. It's yours.
Penance Trickster looks pretty powerful, yes, I agree. And it's a spellcaster, so it has a bit easier time with Abyss Blasting. Has fist conversion, explosions. It is pretty good for risk blasting. For breach, for abyss. As much as your budget allows, honestly. If you have a 10 divine for a budget, I would go for your wand set aside. I would use it up. The more damage you have, the better it is. I would go T2, T2 Essence Spell or T2 Essence T2. That is the minimum I would go for prefixes. More or less. I mean, Pensprint isn't an instacker. But any Trickster can run risk build. CI is build of the league. Yeah, but then you're no longer at budget. I guess it shouldn't take too long to push 99. Maybe another hour.
Approach.
Actually, I should do something, though. I should do something slightly different. Um... Hmm. Hmm. If you have a bigger budget, you can make a better bond. You can self-fracture your wand. I'm pretty sure I sold mine for 40, Dev. Yeah, it did a huge drop. Pretty sure I sold myself mine on the peak. Don't need this right now. I can just go pure damage. The fractured spell damage one, yeah. I forgot I also need to. Alright, no. Now I just have more coverage, meaning more enemies die quicker. Yo.
Make a call.
More enemies killed means more XP, means faster maps, means more XP in an hour. And 20 for an Awakened Fog doesn't feel as bad as 40. Hey, not so fortunate. Still doing pretty decent on currency. I still have so much I can liquefy. Now we look fancy.
This is not a challenge, but I welcome it now. House Azadi values precision. Allow me. For the victor go the spoil.
I think I need to improve my rate of beyond. I'm not getting enough beyond enemies on my maps. What else can I cut easily? This should result in more enemies on my maps. Let's see. 17%. Yo. There we go. That's better. No visuality. Nothing visible. Just death. Oh, the second boss race started? Interesting, didn't even notice. Well, congratulations to Ben. I guess with how much time they had to figure stuff out, it's not that hard to go through that. Oh, pretty good this map. Pretty fast.
Your flesh begs that. This will be easy. Oh. Pain is purpose. Ah, no choice.
Yo, Green. Fork is already level 4. Holy, am I leveling these gems fast.
Approach, challenger.
Oh. Hey, mistake refractor. That's a T1. I feel like there are people that can compete with him. Not perfectly, obviously. Like, he is miles ahead of everybody else at the moment. But if there's some luck for others, some bad luck for him, maybe those races aren't gonna be secured for him. Because why else would people compete still? If Ben would have a guaranteed win, if they don't think they had a chance. That's right, Alex, for example, has a good chance. Or maybe Tide 23 comes back and gives Ben a run for his money.
Let's fix what's broken.
Mm. That's sort of enough, okay. This dude at least. Only 23 deaths, and most of them have been campaigned from me rushing things. Once we had it mapped, it was smooth sailing. Infamous combatant. What do you get? Ah, the gloves.
You'll do nicely. This will be easier if you hold still. Strong in the look. Very well, it's yours.
Up front.
I'm getting better at this game, I think, and eventually I'm also cool theoretically to play hardcore. I will still never enjoy it, and very likely not play it at all. I don't like the risk of losing my character and my progress on death. It's just no enjoyment for me, no challenge for me. It's just, oh hey, I lagged, oh, I guess I need to restart. Like, the servers are not stable enough for me to risk my character in hardcore. Huh. Good to know. Good to know. I mean, if you don't check the email address, you can't fall for those. It's likely gonna be some tells in the email address or in the way of wording. So, Jericho, I recommend you watch a video about timeless jewels. They're a little bit complex to understand at first, but they have some very good rules and there are videos out there. For example, Zizaran has a really great video about timeless jewel and finding a good timeless jewel. I recommend you watch that and then come back and I can answer the rest of the questions. But it's good to have a basic understanding of how timeless jewel works. And from there understand what timeless jewel is good on your build. On my build in this case. No, but if he's new to the game, he doesn't know how to look for similar ones. Which is why I think the Zizaran video is the first good watch on it. Because it explains the basics, how to identify them, what to look out for, how they work. And from there you can understand what you want on a build and then find a good one for yourself. The name only matters if you need the keystone, Mangosteen. For example, for our build, the keystone does not matter at all. That is true. We're getting down to XP. Pretty much, yes. Right now it ends there. Let's hope next patch it continues.
Choose quickly. Brace yourself. Fair's fair.
Alright, so here's my hot take on Aegon. I'm pretty sure he's Cyrus reawakened by Zana. And it's just false memories. Or maybe Cyrus was Aegon, but regardless, I'm pretty sure that is Cyrus. That was when I finished the storyline, that was my thought. Because Zana said he's important, but he's not her brother.
Did House Kayaks send you? No?
Oshabi is just a hippie lady who went crazy. More Jews. Tink. The bird dude. Didn't he add a canary? I just got to read the aberration thing. I also clicked on the aberration, so I clicked on them intentionally to get at least a little bit about the story. I have the feeling that this is just the either he is her father reincarnated or Cyrus reincarnated, just as a younger version, and he had to give the false memories so he does not go insane. I don't think I can push level 100 today. We're gonna finish at level 99 and 100 we do another day. I'm gonna level to 99. And then I need to do something else. Gonna do some risk blasting. See how to build fields, adapt some small stuffs. Yeah, I thought it's always double, so the XP you need to get to level 99 is double the XP you needed to get from, sorry, the XP you need to get from 80, 98, 99 is double the XP you needed to get from 1 to 98. And the XP you need to get to 99 to 100 is double the XP you needed to get from 1 to 99.
Choose.
Maybe I made the build strong enough that I can get a little bit of experience in T17 mapping and I don't insta-die. And I can do the final pushback on breaches later point. Yeah, it's a pretty good ring. And has energy shield, so the Merc survives slightly better. Yo, Fuzzy Man, how you doing, buddy? XP rate has been pretty good. We're now sitting at almost 12 hours played, almost level 99. So like these 13 hours played for 99. Like I just said, the leveling is doing absolutely great. I'm zooming through maps. Oh wait, it was another Evolution Shrine one. That was waste of a flick. I recommend to not swap to instacking without a mirror wand. The good flat wand outscales an instacker. An instacker without high budget just feels like you're wasting so much. It's expensive to a point where it doesn't feel like you get a benefit from the cost.
Well, haven't got all to run off the street too much. Fast and cold, innit? Who's the pays up?
Yo, Skid! That's a big drop. Congratulations. I guess you just got your upgrade money. +3 to chain hook. Nice. Getting there. Do it again. I blinked. Yo, I got headhunter buffs.
Approach, jump.
Almost halfway there. Almost halfway to 99. I think I'm gonna stop at 99 for now. Also gonna swap Alira to another passive point. Don't need Alira. I got enough resistances. I'll be right back. I need to quickly head downstairs. I have returned. Got no good beasts out of it? I mean, you got a Swollen in the 20 map set, no? Exclamation mark Wanda. Dector Trion. You always have up and down on beast farming. It's never stable. There's gonna be a highly lucky set, and then there's gonna be a pretty bad raid.
Let me guess. How's his eyes? Finish on it.
Yeah, I'm not scaling the splinter amount. I'm just looking to kill enemies. For XP. I don't even know how many I get from non-Chayula, because I'm hiding those.
The choice is yours. By all means, throw your luck. I ha! It means that much.
Nope, I have not. They are hidden on my filter. Or hidden on Fabgun's filter I'm using. Yeah, I could. But I could also just buy. Run the maps faster, get to 99, and go back to T17s and farm 35 div an hour.
Think your gods watching?
Something went wrong with my multi-chat. It doesn't show the newest messages anymore. It just pushes the names up. That's a lot. This is a really interesting league. A lot of stuff that's usually worth very little to nothing is still worth something. Hey, this means Harbinger farming is still viable. Yeah, if you can't use it with a risk guard, this league and mechanic isn't as great as it normally would be.
Choose, no god will answer for. We're both beyond salvation, exile. Take it in. Makes no difference. Aye, innocence, be broken.
Approach, challenger.
Can I? Ah, no, it's still bugged. Ah, now it's updated. Okay, I can see again what the messages are. Before swapping to Instack, it's just normal to die. Arguable. So it really depends on how absurd you roll your maps. There are a lot of mods at that stage that are fairly deadly that you need to mitigate. And I don't know which specific iteration you have. Do you have crit immunity? Do you have attack speed slow immunity? Are you reflect immune? Are you rolling volatile cores? Are you rolling meteors? 4K live, 2K ES special price is not a lot in T17 at the moment. They're just very, very deadly. Well, time to make an instack mirror world. Mirror wand. So I bet he's likely talking about flipping or crafting. I keep misclicking. Betsy. I think everybody's interested in what the question mark is. In what you invest, what you buy.
You only get one first impression. The choice is yours. Let's not drag this out. Hardly a prize worth fighting over.
One good thing is, so far my life has not been moving in these maps. That's a good sign for T17s. I don't think you're gonna find a game-breaking mirror item this league in softcore trade. I think they're all in standard. I mean, you couldn't just do 2 risk and 2 abysses instead of 3 risk, 1 abyss. Don't know why my multi-chat just does not seem to work properly right now. Bit annoying. Not for Abyss. Because Abyss, your loot comes from the boxes. They are not affected by the Delirium.
Of his hand! By the ire of innocence, I denounce. The judgment is yours. Show no weakness. Oh, take it then.
Level up to 98 felt pretty fine, but now the leveling to 99 does feel like it takes a little bit too long. We're getting there, but I want to do something else at this point. I'm gonna finish the level up, because I fear if I do something else I'm gonna die and I'm gonna lose the XP. And I have to push it to 100 at some point anyway. Might as well finish level 99. The plate is pretty low. Only 12 and a half hour. with like half an hour of AFK time.
Approach,
How's
challenge.
my accent saying?
Might of his hand.
If you convert all your physical damage to elemental damage of any type, you are chaos immune. If you have nodes on the tree that make you phys immune, like less physical damage taken, and then Soul of Yugel for less reflect. I did it with a ring. Or there's another alternative, which is using this flask craft with the mage blood. There was a body armor mod as well, but we're giving up other things on the body armor, which I didn't want to do. Yeah, of course, it's an option. I read it too late. No. I always wait. When I list something and get immediately messaged, I do a double check. Like, when you get messaged immediately, you got live search. And if you got live search, you better make sure that it's just a niche live search and not a snipe live search. I don't think I'm gonna be needing Purity of Elements. At least so far, I'm pretty high over our rest cap. I overdid it a little bit. I already have the flasks I want, but I also still have resistances on gear, which I will remove sooner or later. So, the following process is saying, I now have the flasks I want, and I have the wand, amulet, and belt I have on Trickster. But the rest of my items I need to make again. They were in a mid state that was pretty good, but not quite perfect. They were really good for the warden stage. But now on Trickster I need to remake the items even better. So we're gonna be needing to make those. But there's another item I really want to make, which is likely gonna be way more expensive in the short term, as it's gonna go up in cost to make. So I'm gonna go for that first, and then I'm gonna upgrade the rest of my character. I'm gonna be making an even better helical ring first. This one has cold rest, which is pretty bad. Yo, aggressive reversal, how are you doing? Doing fine. Leveling the Trickster. We are about to hit level 99. Just a bit more. Just been blasting XP gain for the last couple of hours. How's it going on your end? What are you working on? I actually have never tried Torchlight. Any Torchlight is better.
try not to. Let's keep this civil, shall we? To the victor, spoils.
Any build is an auto bomber. Huh. I don't know how I feel like if everything is one. And when does it start? This weekend? Next weekend? Easy 6 grand.
Choose quickly. Destiny of the line.
Almost there. That's a good density when it starts getting laggy to that.